world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday.
And we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
Job creators.
friends and neighbors.
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we.
We are so much more.
We are the energy.
behind your everyday.
And we are
Obsessively
Relentlessly.
At your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are. We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday.
And we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
life moves quickly, and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
In a world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are. We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday.
And we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are. We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday.
And we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
He's going to turn me on, hopefully. All right, we're ready to go. Good morning, everybody. Obviously, welcome to the Workforce Summit, and this is our higher education breakout session. So my name is Janet Kiddems. I have the honor of moderating this session this morning. So we have a couple of housekeeping tips. I'm just going to run through here quick to make sure we don't really need to see me really big. There we go. So just the presentation's being recorded, just for your information. There is going to be access for SHRM to get credits for this. Then presentation, I'll be doing a moderated Q&A at the end if we have time. And then we do have some online attendees. We want to make sure we welcome them. So what we're talking about today is a little bit about, obviously, workforce development in relationship to higher education. So very quickly, the traditional education model continues to evolve by offering greater access for people of all ages based upon where and how they learn. Today we'll be engaging with our top communities educators to understand how this disruption provides continuous learning opportunities that are essential for the great American upskill. And according to the U.S. Department of Labor, by 2025, nearly 75% of the American workforce will need digital and technology-related upskilling. So just a couple, we have to create goals just so there's credit for the SHRM attendees. So very quickly, you can just look through the goals. I won't read those to you. They're very self-explanatory. So today, we have the honor of having 6 university and college presidents with us today. So how the panel will work today is each university president will have an opportunity to share 7 minutes about how their higher education institution has been adapting and changing to the environment that has changed a lot surrounding higher ed. After they have all presented, if we have time, we'll do some Q&A. Since we're getting started a little bit later this morning, I'm not sure if we'll have much time for Q&A, but I think their individual presentations are just going to be a wealth of information for everybody to engage. So there's a couple of statistics I'm going to share with you that we included in the presentation, and it just talks about, based upon some Google Analytics, that the most desirable skill sets in America right now are coding, data management, and design. The most desirable programming language for American workers is Python, and the 3 hottest skills for American workers in the future are data science and visualization, digital marketing, and data management. And just a few more statistics for you, that the top 6 skills that Americans are seeking according to Google include that data science and visualization at number 1, digital marketing, data management, interpersonal and self-management, basic business applications, computer and software programming at number 6, and then number 7 is computer-aided design and engineering. Number 8 is accounting. Number 9 is design. And the last, number 10, is artificial intelligence and machine learning. So with that, I have the pleasure of introducing our first university president. So please help me welcome President Hersa Sandlin from Augustana University.
Good morning. Thank you, Janet, and many thanks to the Sioux Falls Development Foundation for hosting this important summit. I'm going to start out with just a brief 30-second video. So like many institutions in higher education, Augustana University has been transforming into a dynamic digital campus to best serve today's students of all ages and to meet the current moment. So acquisition and integration of new technology to support an innovative teaching environment with instructional design expertise is progressing at a rapid pace on campus. This is integral to our strategic plan known as Viking Bold, the Journey to 2030. It's a plan informed by trends in higher education today, which Arthur Levine writes about in his recent book, The Great Upheaval, Trends that have been accelerated by the global pandemic. Levine addresses the importance of universities' connection with the street. In other words, connection with the real world, with those of you that hire our graduates, as well as the importance of continually updating and modernizing existing programs. And that's precisely what we're doing at Augustana. We're committed to our liberal arts core, which we know helps develop and sharpen critical thinking, collaboration, a number of soft skills that employers value in the workplace, while we also work to deepen strategic partnerships and establish new ones to invest in exciting and highly desirable new academic offerings. That's why we've established a new academic structure at Augustana. Oops, go back there. Because we want to remain nimble and best positioned for the rapid pace of change by connecting more readily and efficiently with our strategic partners through 4 schools affiliated with our 3 traditional academic divisions. So let's take the School of Health Professions. A number of students here, I'm sure many of them interested in the health professions. Here is an excellent example of academic innovation at Augustana that showcases what we're doing. Our new Doctorate of Physical Therapy program. Our first cohort of students will be served beginning next summer. This is an accelerated 2-year hybrid program. It's unique. It provides what many adult learners are looking for today, what they highly value, a flexible combination of synchronous and asynchronous online learning combined with in-person immersion labs and other cohort experiences. The integrated innovation modules within the program include telehealth, to develop skills and experience for virtual healthcare delivery, genomics, given recent advances in genetic technology, bioelectronics, including exoskeletons, 3D printing, and biosensing, and the growing promise of data science in advancing human health. So this program reflects the integration of top skills with emerging fields and new technology. Augustana has also established a Center for Interdisciplinary Studies, and we're creating exciting programs and other opportunities for our students at the intersection of specific disciplines with business and technology. This includes our relationship with IBM's Call for Code Global Challenge, and we're proud to have been recognized by IBM with a University Engagement Award last year. Among our new interdisciplinary programs includes multimedia entrepreneurship. This is facilitated by Augustana's partnership with the Berklee College of Music and Avid Technology. It's made possible by the Midco Media Center, which is a tech sandbox for students to explore audio and video and music and podcasting. It combines core classes in specific disciplines with Augustana's School of Business Entrepreneurship minor and courses in industry standard multimedia softwares. Another great example of connecting with the street and academic innovation is Augustana FinTech, a new program in development. Augustana FinTech will respond to the need to blend traditional financial services with emerging technologies. Consisting of business administration, computer science, and economic courses, among others, students will gain a thorough understanding of the core technologies driving the fintech revolution. Now, technology has been a part of finance for decades, but recent advances, as reflected in this slide, have redefined the ways that firms in the financial services industry do business. And we anticipate strong interest from traditional undergraduates as well as adult learners serving in the financial industry today who desire to upskill with certificates and other micro-credentials that will develop through this exciting new program that will also be well served by an advisory board comprised of local and regional business leaders in the financial services sector. The next 2 slides show Augustana's responsiveness to needs and interests of our employers in Sioux Falls, across South Dakota, and throughout the Upper Great Plains region, including our Master of Science in Nursing degree with specialty tracks to meet specific workforce needs. This program will be delivered in a hybrid model. The Master of Professional Accountancy, now with a STEM classification, to support the demand for analytical accountancy, a master's in education with an emphasis in music technology pedagogy, and the Doctor of Physical Therapy, the accelerated program that I mentioned earlier. In terms of advanced training and specialization, Augustana is focused on certificates in a number of the areas previously mentioned. The vitamins without the calories, so to speak, right? Based on what the learner's specific needs are for professional growth and advancement. Avid Technology is one example. It helps professionals in the highly competitive media industry. We have emerging areas of interest for certificate development and project management and GIS, as well as what we now offer for a postmaster's certificate in different nursing specialty areas. And finally, the importance of meeting digital learners where they are, engaging them effectively in creative ways, including, yes, competitive gaming with AU Esports. This is the importance of offering co-curricular experiences that have virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and the metaverse in mind, as well as e-portfolios beyond the resume, offering a well-organized repository of students' work that can be easily shared with prospective students. In closing, Augustana will continue to adapt, innovate, and lead in this fast-paced, ever-changing world, serving learners at many stages of their academic and professional journeys. Thank you again for the opportunity to make the presentation.
Thank you, President Hrsa-Sandlin. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Griffiths from Dakota State University. Please help me welcome her.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation to be here today. I actually always enjoy this panel. I learn a lot from my colleagues. We all think we know what's going on, but we learn all sorts of additional information from each other as well as from you in this audience. So I think many of you know Dakota State. We're the institution in public higher education that has a strong focus in computing, information technologies, and cybersecurity, which we generically all call, all of that is cyber. And we apply that to all areas of the curriculum and all areas where people are working with technologies. Excuse me. Sorry. We have 4 colleges, the Beacon College of Computing and Cyber Sciences, the College of Education, a College of Business and Information Systems, and a College of Arts and Sciences. So everyone who works on any degree in those programs understands and learns about the prevailing technology of the day. They learn how to use those technologies, but they also know and are exposed to emerging technologies as well. That's a little bit of our brand. We have degrees from associate degrees through PhDs. Our associate degrees are all stackable into the certain bachelor's degrees. We have articulation agreements with the technical colleges. Also, those are stackable, so we have agreements with Southeast Tech College, Lake Area Tech College, and Mitchell Tech, and we'll be talking with Western Tech, I'm sure, going forward. We also offer a variety of certificates at the undergraduate and graduate level. A couple of examples of things you may not be aware that we're now offering. We're offering 2 bachelor's degree programs in artificial intelligence. One of them is how do you develop artificial intelligence, algorithms, etc. And the other one is more of an applied artificial intelligence in organizations. How can artificial intelligence and machine learning be used in organizations, and how does it change the way the organizations operate and make decisions? So those are some of the new things. Now, we also offer many of our courses online. I would say most of our programs are available online. As you can see here, nationally, 44% of all undergraduate students take classes exclusively online, and at Dakota State, 50%. Where did that come from? Oh, so I was going to say, what was that? At Dakota State, it's 50% of our undergraduate students are enrolled in full-time classes online. And many of those students are in Sioux Falls, I should mention. A lot of people always think your online students are remote. Well, they're remote, but it's not that far away from Madison sometimes. I want to mention also the outside classroom experiences we give our students, both online students as well as our on-campus students, competitions, internships, research opportunities. We have our Madison Cyber Labs, the Mad Labs, and they engage a lot of our students in activities that solving problems that people outside the university have brought to us so that we can help them solve it. Many of our undergraduate students also go to conferences, nationally as well as internationally, and make presentations on the research that they've done. So there are lots of opportunities like that, and that helps them fill out a resume and gives them a lot of experiences to talk about when they're being interviewed for jobs. We also have esports, naturally, and we actually have developed the first intercollegiate esports conference, so we feel pretty good in that regard. The demand for, as you heard, the demand for our graduates is very, very large, especially in all of the technology areas. I was a little surprised that I didn't see cybersecurity pop up. As of now, or as of last month, the US government says there are 714,000 unfilled cybersecurity positions in the United States. They're projecting that there will soon be 1.5 million unfilled jobs in artificial intelligence and machine learning. And data science follows along right on after that. So a lot of demand. Our students are placed, many of them before they graduate, they get jobs, so they're hot areas. We are now engaging in a project to actually increase the number of students and graduates in certain areas of cybersecurity. We have established an organization called DSU SOAR, S-O-A-R, to offer non-credit education and training programs. And as part of that organization, we've just commissioned a statewide and then hopefully a little bit regional needs assessment that employers have for advanced education and training for their personnel. We're trying to understand what do they need and at what level and how many. So we're, in addition to offering the kinds of things we offer at Dakota State in maybe smaller chunks, we'll also be looking at other areas of need like project management. Project management seems to be the big thing that everybody asks for right now, and we'll be offering a whole variety of non-credit digital badges and digital certificates that will be available. We're also launching the Governor's Cyber Academy. We have been working for the last several years with high school districts. This is a program for high school juniors and seniors to take dual credit courses in the majors themselves. So the students have an opportunity, if they take the full academy programs in cybersecurity, cyber leadership and intelligence, and we'll probably have a couple more, like one in artificial intelligence, one in digital forensics. Those students can graduate from high school with a full year of college under their belts and then move on into the bachelor's degree program. And we're also, in addition to that, starting to create the job environment for people who graduate from Dakota State. So we have our labs, and we have opportunities for people to come and work in our labs in Madison full-time. But we're also, you'll see in a couple of years, a large building rising up by the Sanford Sports Complex that will also house people who will be graduates, not just of our program, but a whole bunch of other programs, working in cyber-related research areas. And so our initiative is a 5-year initiative called Cyber 27, and we have a brief video that will show you that.
What does it mean to relentlessly seek what's next? It means creating a culture of never settling. It means building groundbreaking cyber programs and then building them even better. It means reaching beyond Madison, Sioux Falls, and even South Dakota, reshaping our cyber mission for the next 5 years and beyond. Our plan is called the Cyber 27 Initiative, and there are 7 key pillars. First, we'll add more expert faculty at the Beacom College of Computer and Cyber Sciences. We'll double the number of cyber graduates. We'll support South Dakota becoming the state's premier digital forensics laboratory. We'll build our Sioux Falls Applied Research Lab, then fill it with national contract work and research partners, transforming the Sioux Falls economy. We'll grow our talent pipeline, connecting with economic developers across the state and growing the Governor's Cyber Academy. By 2027, we'll establish ourselves as the top cyber program in the country. This is the Cyber 27 Initiative, and it's not just what's next for DSU. It's the next chapter for cyber everywhere.
Thank you, Dr. Griffiths. All right, now I have the pleasure of introducing President Dunn from South Dakota State University. Please help me welcome him.
Well, thank you and good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you. South Dakota State University is continuously looking, I gotta run this. We're continuously looking to offer greater access to higher education opportunities through online degrees, certificate programs, upskill development opportunities, and new initiatives. As the state's land-grant university, we are designed to and prepared to provide learning from childhood through adulthood. We believe that wherever you live, you can be a lifelong learner and advance your skill set. Earning an online certificate or an associate's, bachelor's, or graduate degree means increased opportunities, more career choices, and greater job satisfaction. SDSU offers a wide variety of in-demand online options with academically rigorous classes to prepare individuals for careers to provide upskill professional development opportunities to enhance everyone's future. We offer programs, certificates, and degrees and continuing education in everything from agriculture to architecture, childcare, engineering, sports management, data science, animation, computing, counseling, public service, real estate appraisal, education, nursing, banking, and financial support services, just to name a very few. It's our job to prepare the workforce with the skills and knowledge needed, but it's also our job to prepare them to be successful and happy in the work they do. Also, we instill leadership and management skills in them to promote them within their organizations. Earlier in the program, several areas were listed as needs for professional development and upskilling. SDSU is addressing these through programs like our specialization in graduate certificates in family financial planning and financial counseling, graduate certificate masters in management foundations, and stackable certificate and degree programs in data science. We all know that all healthcare fields will be an important workforce need. South Dakota State is addressing this need through an in-person and online programming in pharmacy, nursing, medical laboratory science, phlebotomy, and respiratory care. In fact, we have a newly revised RN to BSN program, which includes a 7-week online flexible model of education. This allows students to finish the BSN in as little as 9 months. Additionally, we offer opportunities for specializations in nurse administration, clinical nurse leadership, nursing education, as well as certificates in a broad range of nursing careers and areas. These postgraduate certificates prepare individuals in leadership, education, and clinical practice. Of course, our most valuable asset in our state is our youth, and at SDSU we value teacher education and offer many opportunities to obtain a teaching degree. Knowing our teachers need our support, SDSU provides teachers with ongoing professional and continuing education courses. We strive to continue adding more courses and opportunities on campus as well as online. Through the South Dakota State University Cooperative Extension Service, we offer many programs and certifications. There are 2 specific programs addressing workforce needs that I will highlight today. South Dakota Remote Works is a program certification program for remote work and professional online certificate. It's this 1-month blended course combines online work with interactive workshops and is designed to equip participants with the skills and tools necessary to transition from an on-site work to a virtual remote work career. Secondly, SDSU Extension's Workforce Development course is designed to provide a suite of workforce development resources for employees to complete at their own convenience. Topics include working relations, which focuses on conflict resolution, customer satisfaction, managing technology, and adult learner technology skills. Also health, addressing healthy eating, managing stress, staying active, and work-life balance. And the third thing is in management, and to include high-performance teams, making meetings work, and time management for emerging leaders. Again, all in this new emerging workforce that is changing dramatically. Lastly, we launched our SDSU Connect initiative. Our focus is to connect SDS Sioux Falls with the leaders of South Dakota State University and vice versa to ensure that we meet the needs of the workforce here in this city and in the surrounding area, as well as employers who desire our graduates' skill sets. Some people know SDSU as a land-grant university, and historically that might mean agricultural and engineering. And we still do this, and we do it very, very well. And we're incorporating high tech into everything we do, like precision agriculture. But a land-grant university offers so much more, and part of that mission is to build communities. SDSU has all the majors that build communities, both physically, like architects, engineers, landscape architects, interior design, and construction management. And at the same time, we build communities through human connections with languages, political science, sociology, counseling, and the arts. Thank you for your time this morning, and have a great day.
Thank you, President Dunn. We have just a couple of data points. I'm going to just quickly remind everybody about what an adult learner is. Defined as a student over the age of 25 or older. They're seeking higher education to explore different careers or to remain competitive in their current field. Adult learners as a group are 50% of students enrolled in higher ed, and about 58% work while they're in college, and 25% are raising children. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce President Griggs from Southeast Technical College next. Please help me welcome him.
Thank you. And I've lost the whole presentation, apparently. Oh, there you go. Well, good morning. My name is Bob Griggs. I'm the president at Southeast Tech. And before I start, I wanted to say a quick thank you to the Sioux Falls Development Foundation, Denise Gazetta, Bob Munn, for allowing me to be part of this very distinguished president's panel. Southeast Tech is one of 4 technical colleges, and I would have the opportunity here this morning to share with you some comments and observations from the technical college system. I started as president at Southeast Tech in 2016. You know what, can you go ahead and click through those? I'm having trouble with that. I started as president of Southeast Tech in 2016, and at that time, according to the Georgetown Center on Education and Workforce, 66% of all jobs in the U.S. economy required some type of post-secondary credential, a certificate, a diploma, a 2-year or 4-year or a graduate degree. By 2030, it's projected that 88% of all jobs will require a post-secondary credential beyond high school. And it's clear as we continue to move to a more knowledge and information-based economy, our workforce will need to keep pace and will require more education at a higher level than ever before. To give you a little better idea of how we're doing in South Dakota, if you look at a recent Lumina Foundation study, 49.2% of South Dakotans have some type of post-secondary credential, but that's still far short of the 88% that's going to be projected to be required in the future. And of those individuals that do not have a post-secondary credential, 34.9% have a high school diploma or less, and 15.9% have some college but no credential. And when you look at the some college and no credential data a little closer, What you see is that there are 67,000 South Dakotans have completed some post-secondary credits, but have not earned a credential, which is approximately 15% of our state's working age population. And all of us here on this stage are looking at different strategies to re-engage this growing population of adult learners. As many of you no doubt are aware, enrollment in higher education has dropped during the pandemic, and according to the National Student Clearinghouse, two-year colleges were hit the hardest, with enrollment declines nationally of 11 to 12%. The good news is that enrollment at South Dakota higher education institutions was not as drastically impacted by the pandemic as in other parts of the country, and enrollment at South Dakota technical colleges remained relatively stable with some growth. A little closer to home at Southeast Tech, we were up 3% in headcount and 4% in credits this past fall, and we continue to see our part-time headcount in underrepresented student population and our out-of-state student population continue to grow. But we have experienced a drop in our non-traditional student population over the past 2 years, from 32% down to 27% of our overall student population. And of course, there's been a lot of changes in higher education over the last 2 years. One of the best summaries that I've come across of these changes is a book that was co-authored by Arthur Levine that was just released in 2021 called The Great Upheaval, Higher Education's Past, Present, and Uncertain Future. And last spring I had the opportunity, along with some of my colleagues, to attend the President's session of the Higher Learning Commission annual conference in Chicago. And the keynote speaker for the session was Arthur Levine. He's a former college president and a well-known and distinguished scholar in higher education. And some of his comments at the conference and that were outlined in the book discuss how higher education institutions are experiencing profound and accelerating demographic, economic, and technological change. And he has some predictions and also some advice for all of us in higher education. But I remember one of his main comments at the conference was that if you think we are going back to normal after the pandemic, you are sadly mistaken. And in fact, what the pandemic did was accelerate the pace of change in higher education, and that pace of change is going to continue. And as an example, Professor Levine predicted that we will all face increased competition from new content providers such as IBM, Google, Amazon, and online providers like Coursera offering thousands of self-paced, on-demand courses. And the power of higher education is changing more so to students and continues to grow with students demanding more choices over what, when, how, and the content of what is being provided, and you see certainly more growth in hybrid and online deliveries. At Southeast Tech, in response to reconnecting with employers and the workforce, we've launched a number of different programs just in the last 3 years. And I think what's important to note about all of these programs is that they were done in close collaboration with an industry partner or a professional association. Our partners contributed not only financially, but provided important insight on curriculum, and even provided allowing us to use facilities to partner and collaborate to meet workforce needs. My last slide on recent collaborations, one of those is the Governor's Office collaboration with Department of Labor and also the Board of Technical Education and the 4 technical colleges, the Upskill program, which was started to encourage dislocated South Dakota workers that may have lost their job during the pandemic to pursue post-secondary training and a credential. Initially, this was only offered in an online format, but that due to the success, that's expanded to hybrid and now on-campus offerings as well. And my last comment is on CBE, or competency-based education, which is a new initiative at Southeast Tech. In an effort to better respond to adult learners, we just signed an agreement with CBEN, which is the Competency-Based Education Network, to help us move a couple of our programs to a competency-based approach. And CBE programs allow students to advance in a class based on their ability to master a skill or a competency at their own pace, which we hope will further benefit, obviously, those students and provide more flexibility for learners and employers. So, thank you. You're helpful.
Thank you very much. All right, now we have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Bradfield from the University of Sioux Falls. Please help me welcome him.
Well, welcome everyone. This is a pleasure for me to represent our university. You know, as you may guess, we stood in line here alphabetically, so we kind of knew, Sheila and I at the end, that we had to kind of think through this a little bit to prevent redundancy. So if you've seen me note-taking, it's been exactly for that reason. I'm very pleased to be here. I think President Griggs brought up some very important things about our industry right now. There are indeed changes happening. In fact, those changes are the primary drivers of most of us right now in the excuse me, the changes we are making in our institutions. We know full well that one of the things that is happening right now is that there is change ahead. That is no doubt about it. The University of Sioux Falls is a Christian liberal arts institution. We too have degrees that range array of degrees from certificates to associate degrees, 3 levels of bachelor's, master's degrees, ed specialist, and a doctorate degree. We also have fully online programs and partnerships with the tech schools, hospital systems, the business community. We have zeroed in on workforce development with a program that we brought over from Killeen Community College called Bridges. We've had tremendous response to that, and we are currently working with the Chamber and Forward Sioux Falls to discuss the future of that. Because we have a growing population of new Americans in our community that very badly need some English acquisition skills and some technology skills to find that gainful employment. We also, I would tell you that my colleagues up here, I'd say that we communicate well. We all understand that we all have certain expertise and stay in our lanes. I remember a conversation with Josie just a few months ago because we got a rather nice gift for data analytics at our institution, which we started. But Dakota State, of course, has a very unique position in our state with technology, so we work through those things. I think without question, the purposes of higher education across our nation right now are being questioned, different from how they have been in the past. The value proposition is based a lot on students getting gainful employment. I do something unique at the University of Sioux Falls. I put the president's office on the tour, and frequently when I get parents through my office, the first question I get is, what kind of job can my child get in the particular major field they are entering? Parents are heavy influencers, so are the data statistics from our nation right now. The traditional college experience is still very important. We're seeing that on our campus this year. We missed record enrollment by 1 student. We have the highest number of students ever living on campus this year. So clearly that traditional college experience is still important. But we are also seeing the front edge of an 18-year-old demographic that's asking for something different. It's one of the reasons we started the Center for Workforce Development, because they are seeking something that is different from the past. I like to show this slide, and not to belabor the point, but in South Dakota, all of us depend on recruiting South Dakota students. They're wonderful students. They tend to persist, but there's not a lot of them. And when you sift out the group that we have, those that continue on to college are about 7,000 strong. And right now in the business community, and all of us that are contributors to this community in this state, we want those to stay here in South Dakota, to serve as employees, great employees in our communities and in our business, and so we're very focused on that. But we also know there's an adult learning market out there that are looking to be both reskilled and upskilled. And where is that coming from? Well, here's something we know, right, from the South Dakota Department of Labor, the United States Department of Labor, and other sources, that the students that come before us into our institutions, on average, will switch career tracks 7 to 8 times in their life. So the notion anymore of a singular career track is kind of a myth. We need to be alert to that in higher education. We need to have that tucked in the back of our mind. We can get them in our place. We are accredited both professionally and regionally to get licenses, certificates that they need to get the appropriate credentials, but we also know that we have to be thinking about the transferable skills that they will need to transfer across a very different economic environment in the future. Credentials, interestingly, is a term that, of course, speaks to certificates, apprenticeships, certifications, licenses, degrees, digital badges, micro-credentials, and interestingly, many think that we're the places providing all that. It's estimated right now in the marketplace that about half of those credentials come from non-academic providers. That's kind of important for us to know from our business model also, but we still need to be able to change our business model to continue being a provider for that. I would also tell you this, that we're unable right now to predict the future due to digital transformation. Josie has had expertise in this. It depends which research piece you read, but most business owners will tell you they really cannot predict their business much beyond 3 years because of digital transformation. That again brings a new player into the marketplace for us as we deal with our students and make sure that they indeed have that to reduce that complexity. Even artificial intelligence is most well enhanced when there's human interaction with it. So there are a lot of opportunities for us, even if we don't specialize in some of those fields and stay in a little bit different lane. Now, one of the things that we try to listen to very hard, we of course care about our degrees and learning for the sake of learning. I'm multitasking here, sorry. But we also know that our employers are telling us something too. And what do employers want? I know that's a little bit hard to see, but the employers are looking for both the technical skills that they need for their employment, but they're also looking for those soft skills that I think President Hersteth mentioned. In our liberal arts environment, we work a lot on that because we're finding more and more that the key to success in any occupation is really those soft skills and how they advance themselves. Interestingly, employers are starting to recognize something that's been a little bit difficult for higher ed to deal with. And here's what they recognize. They've been missing on a vast talent pool because they're limiting themselves just to degree holders. So guess what's happening? Places like Apple, Google, IBM, Tesla, and Netflix, just to name a few, have all moved away from requiring a degree attainment. We know that at USF, and we have responded to it in very positive ways, starting with the Center for Workforce Development at the University of Sioux Falls. And the Higher Learning Commission, which is the regional accreditor for all of us up here from the college level, actually put out a compendium of papers called Evolving Accreditation and the Credential Landscape. They realize as well that the just-in-time education is right here. In other words, we have students coming into our university at the University of Sioux Falls who are coming in for gainful employment preparation, but then they might leave for a while, and then they might come back, and we are preparing for that in our own system through the way we approach it at USF. We look at categories and we create these tracks that allow stackability of degrees starting from our certificate level with curricular alignment into associate degrees and our master's degrees at all the different levels that we have at the university. And this is right off our university website, and I'm keeping an eye on the clock here. So one of the things that we really try to do is make sure that our students understand when they come in that they do have this transferability mechanism, and it's not an emergency if they take a little hiatus to go out and work, make sure they have what they need, and then come back again to see us to continue their education. And it goes like this at the undergraduate level and the graduate level. I could go into greater detail, but that's all on our website, and so in the essence of time and respect for the program, I want to keep moving. I would tell you this also. This is a picture from about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago that many of us were at. Our business community, our city here in Sioux Falls, and our state are invested in this. They're invested at this moment at the college level to the tune of $225 million to make sure that our education at all of our institutions, including the University of Sioux Falls, is both affordable and accessible. And we know that we also have Build Out South Dakota Scholarship also, and those are important cogs in the wheel that represent the partnership that we all have right now. And with that, I will end, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bradfield. All right, we have Just one brief data slide. This is just another reminder of what skills the people in our area, these states surrounding us, including South Dakota, are looking for. The skills that people are seeking are that AI and data mining, the business app management, and data management. And with that, I have the pleasure of introducing our last president, President Gestring from the University of South Dakota. Please help me welcome her.
Well, thank you all for being here. Also, my thanks to the Sioux Falls Development Foundation for putting this on. I understand that we're already behind and keenly aware that I stand between you and lunch, so I will be brief. I am accustomed to being on panels that go in alphabetical order, so I'm used to running anchor on the relay race. Just to emphasize what all of my colleagues have talked about earlier, all of our universities work very hard to collaborate with our businesses. Some examples for the University of South Dakota recently, and this is a big collaboration, and I owe a huge debt of gratitude to Governor Noem, the legislature, the Board of Regents, and our private partners in construction of a brand new health sciences facility. And it houses all of our health science programs, and it's connected strategically to our medical school so that our health professionals are learning together in the same way that they will be practicing in the future. So we are very proud of that. It is the most comprehensive school of health sciences in the state of South Dakota. Second most comprehensive in the state is the University of South Dakota in Sioux Falls. And Jay Perry, Vice President Perry, will be running that. That particular facility, we're going to focus very heavily on workforce. And we will key in on those strengths that are the University of South Dakota: healthcare, education, and business. That will be our initial focus, and we believe that there is tremendous opportunity out there. Also, we're adding to our health sciences at the University of South Dakota Sioux Falls, responding to that workforce need in a CRNA program, Certified Registered Nurse Anesthesiologist. And those programs will be housed right there in Sioux Falls. There are over 100 qualified applications for a class of 10 this spring. So that tells you there's not just workforce demand, but there's also student demand. Finally, we are also introducing a supply chain management program into our business school and expect to have a graduate there as early as spring. Clearly, that has become something our nation has identified as a problem, and South Dakota has not been unique. The last few things I'm going to say are, I'm really excited that the theme of this particular session was the Great Upskill. Upskilling is something that USD has been doing for over a century. We are the state's only medical school, the only law school. We have the largest number of graduate students. So upskilling and lifelong learning has been at our core for over a century. And then finally, and you'll see it more clearly in this video, the foundation of the liberal arts is all of those soft skills you heard about from Stephanie and Dr. Bradfield over there. But it also instills in each and every one of us how to learn and how to learn for a lifetime. So I think it's probably best shown in our brief video, and that will wrap up my presentation.
The number one goal of higher education institutions is to prepare a thriving, qualified workforce that meets society's demands. And it's important that USD stays on top of that and leads in terms of the workforce development, economic growth challenges that the state and the region face.
USD's reach gets to every corner of the state of South Dakota. If your community needs lawyers or nurses or doctors, there's a high likelihood that they were trained at the University of South Dakota.
We graduate those that are continuously civically engaged and contribute significantly to their communities.
It's not simply an education. It's preparing these young people, first of all, to give them opportunities, but then to grow holistically, so that whatever major or field of study they choose to pursue, they are capable as well-rounded human beings to deal with their world.
We teach individuals how to work in teams and how to solve big problems and contribute significantly to their communities and to their businesses and evolve as the job evolves.
To take new challenges as your field changes and be able to adapt to it and grow it, to communicate it. Those are all things that come from a liberal arts education. People always ask me, or often ask me, what do you do with a liberal arts degree? And that's just the wrong question. The right question is, what can't you do with a liberal arts degree? And that's the way we need to be thinking about this.
At the University of South Dakota, our School of Medicine and our School of Health Sciences is putting a huge emphasis on that with simulation training, where we literally simulate real-life examples, where we have the various disciplines in the room, they interact, they communicate, so that when they get to these systems and they're hired, it's not foreign to them. They know what's expected, and they seamlessly can integrate into that healthcare team.
We just launched our teacher pathway program. The Sioux Falls School District, like other school districts in the state, suffers from teacher shortages, and they want to grow their own teachers. You can do that now thanks to the partnership between the school district and USD Sioux Falls, where teachers can get trained, stay right here, and come right back to Sioux Falls to teach when they graduate.
I think about programs like the Coyote Career Kickstart program, which connects students with industry, both as a means of helping those students offset the cost of their college education, but also as a means of supporting industries or businesses with workforce needs.
You're going to find USD alumni in nearly any industry in Sioux Falls and the state of South Dakota. More importantly, you're going to find our alumni usually at the top of the organizational charts of those companies and those businesses.
They're out there among all of the community leaders, being a part of the decisions that are being made to move that community forward. They say that in order to be part of the decision-making process, you need to show up, and our alums show up.
When I think about how some of our alumni have used their degrees, a really good example is my friend Eric Mucky. He received a business degree from the Beacom School of Business, and now he is leading the Lost and Found organization, which is a nonprofit devoted to preventing suicide among young people. And I think about the experiences and the education that he received at the Beacom School of Business and how he's been able to leverage those core values, those core experiences to make such a difference. USD alums are all over the place. They're leading in their areas, they're building teams, they're managing problems, they're helping to elevate their organizations in unique ways. Again, we talk about this affectionately, but ask your blank where they got their degree, and I'm betting you it was USD.
You know, sometimes I hear or read individuals make comments like, if this is our future, we're in trouble. I think those individuals have not yet met the students at the University of South Dakota. When I look at our students, I think our future is incredibly bright. They give me a great deal of hope.
All right. You know, unfortunately, we don't have time to do a Q&A with this amazing panel of presidents, but it isn't very often that you have all 6 of them in the room together. So I do encourage you, if you have a moment afterwards and you do have a specific question for one of them about their institution, to please approach them. I know they'd be happy to visit with you more about what they offer. I know I learned a lot just listening to all of them today. It's amazing how they have adapted to meet the workforce needs of what we're experiencing here in South Dakota. So I want to take a moment to please thank them all again for their time and their information that they shared with us. And with that, I think everybody can head to lunch next door.
Where life moves quickly, and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We
are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
life moves quickly, and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's gonna stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's gonna stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
life moves quickly, and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
life moves quickly, and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's gonna stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's gonna stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
In a world where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
Life moves quickly, and education comes in many forms.
Coming to the session today, our topic, as you see it on the screen there, is our workforce reimagined and how manufacturing technology can help us have hard conversations. So as with the other sessions today, these are available for SHRM credit. So if that is something that you're looking for, that information is going to be available on the website there, again, for the professional development credits. Today's session is really in regard to the resources and techniques that we can use to enhance the knowledge, skills, and abilities of our workforce, how we use organizational development in creating our career pathways, and finally, how do you look to identify high potential employees within your organization? I'm going to be your moderator today. My name is Melanie Wiegert, and I currently work for a company called United Surgical Partners. We are one of the largest providers of same-day surgeries in the United States, and I'm joined by my partners here today, Chris from Henkel and Heather from Amazon. Each one of them will have an opportunity to present some of the exciting things that are happening in their organization. We'll kind of talk about how that ties to us here locally in the Sioux Falls area, and then also have an opportunity for questions that we have. So with that, Chris, why don't I go ahead and I guess allow you a couple moments to introduce yourself, and Heather the same, and then we'll get started into the presentation.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, Chris Allen, here on behalf of Henkel today. I've been with the organization for about 8 years now. I'm a project manager with our North American Project Management Group. Prior to that, spent about 7 years as a production manager in one of our adhesive manufacturing facilities in upstate South Carolina. And then also spent some time as a lean engineer with the company. So. Prior to that, spent about 8 years in the food manufacturing industry, all in production, continuous improvement, leadership positions. Happy to be here today.
Awesome, and my name is Heather White. I am a staffing manager for Amazon. And for Amazon, I cover the Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and a portion of Wisconsin. So, if you can't tell by my shirt, I wear Amazon all the time, but my journey with Amazon actually started in hospitality. I worked 7 years as a human resource manager for Hilton Hotels and transitioned into workforce staffing for Amazon. And part of the change that I personally made was because I wanted change and something different, and I definitely got it. Amazon is an ever-changing, fast-paced environment, and I've loved every minute of it. So I've been with Amazon for 2.5 years. I started as a staffing coordinator, got promoted after a year to staffing team lead, and was promoted again a few months ago into my current position as staffing manager. So I'm from the Twin Cities, but I am very excited to be here as Amazon launches our newest facility, the Fulfillment Center, FSD1, off of Marion Road.
Wonderful. Well, Denise puts together some really interesting topics for today, trying to be very timely about current events as far as, you know, the local aspect of things. And with that in mind, we just wanted to talk a little bit about why manufacturing, why technology here. And as a did you know here, manufacturing, although sometimes it isn't the segment that we talk about as much, does continue to contribute for every $1 in wages, $4 to our economy. So a big driver of our economics. As of this August, there was just under 13 million people employed as part of this sector. Energy consumption, a third almost. And again, by 2030, 4 million jobs are needed. So this is new jobs in addition to today. So as we heard the mayor's comments this morning in regard to our local unemployment rate, you know, being around 2%, you know, this segment in general is one that nationwide as well continues to drive growth in overall economy. As we move on to our tech companies here, you know, this is the one I think that a lot of times we get the clickbait headline newsletters, those kind of things. This is no different. It is $1.6 trillion each year, and 35% of our total global GDP. So these two sectors definitely represent a big a segment of our workforce, of our overall economy, and our everyday lives and our impact here. Here we're looking at just under 4 million career opportunities in the tech sector. So as we talk to our experts today and learn a little bit more about, you know, their aspects and what does this look like for their growth and their employment, we're definitely in a place that's going to make a big difference to how we see things here going forward. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over. We did a short introduction here. Sorry, we've changed the slide order a couple times here. So I'm going to pass the clicker over to Chris so that he can talk a little bit more specifics about some things that are going on with Hinkle and their organization here.
All right. Thank you, Melanie. I'm glad we skipped past that large photo of my face relatively quickly. But yeah, super happy to be here today. First time in South Dakota, and you know, really enjoyed the time here so far, and looking forward to sharing some information about Hinkle and some of the good things that we're doing within our company with regards to workforce development. So, you know, I described a little bit about my career with Hinkle so far. Again, this is my third position within the company. It's been great to kind of be able to, you know, craft my career, learn new skills, take on additional responsibilities, and you know, kind of progress through the organization. Again, you know, the role that I'm in right now is you know, focused on transformational projects across North America for our organization. So really exciting to be able to make that kind of impact within the company. By education, I was an industrial engineer at Clemson University. So go Tigers! Any Clemson Tigers in the house? Yeah, I didn't figure. Okay, thought I'd try. You know, when I'm not working at Hinkle, really enjoy spending time outside. You can normally find me on the soccer field, golf course, or you know, traveling around, you know, to different places. My wife and I have the goal of seeing all 50 states. She has yet to see South Dakota, so she's quite jealous that I'm here and you know, getting to have this experience. A little bit about Hinkle. You know, a lot of times I tell people Hinkle is probably one of the biggest companies that you've never heard of. I'm sure that, you know, you may be familiar with our brands, but you know, Hinkle, you know, it's not something that you see on the store shelf or that you see in the news a whole lot. You know, everybody's familiar with Amazon, right? Has those boxes and envelopes show up on your doorstep. Hinkle is a huge global chemical products company. It's kind of the very general way to say it. Been around for 146 years, just celebrated our 146th anniversary last month. We're global, headquartered in Germany, do business all over the world. I think we do business in 79 countries was the last count. 52,000 employees across the globe. You know, our product portfolio is split up between adhesives, so we hold leading positions in the adhesives and consumer brands market across the world. So adhesives is very big for us, as are our consumer brands, which are made up by our beauty care and then laundry and home care. And you can see some of the brand names up there. From the adhesive standpoint, you all may be familiar with Loctite, you know, super glue. Some of the other industrial brands may not be as familiar with, but our consumer brands, Dial soap is a big one I'm sure people are familiar with, especially over the past couple years. COVID, hand sanitizer, washing hands, you know, very familiar with Dial. Schwarzkopf, salon products, Persil, Purex, laundry detergents, soft scrub cleaning products, Snuggle laundry care, all Hinkle brands. Again, so hopefully that kind of paints the picture a little bit about our company, and you know, you recognize some of those brands. In North America, Hinkle does about $6 billion in business every year, and we have over 60 facilities, including one right down the road in Brandon, South Dakota. So talk a little bit more about that here in a couple minutes. Got some really exciting things going on at that location right now. Kind of specifically in North America, our adhesive operations. Before I get into some of the numbers and locations and things, in case you all didn't know, adhesive holds our world together, okay? It literally goes into everything. The cars that we drive, the planes that we fly in, the houses that we live in, the smartphones that everybody carries, the new super LED TVs, our cereal boxes, food packaging, baby diapers. Fun fact, for those that didn't know, there's 4 types of hot melt adhesive that hold a baby's diaper together. It's not sewn or stitched, it's all glue. So there's a fun fact for you. 3 types of glue go into a roll of toilet paper also. Same thing for paper towels. Again, one of those products that people just kind of take for granted, but literally if we didn't have it, the world would fall apart. So that's where we come in. Our North American operations group, you know, a team of a little over 2,800 strong manufacturing professionals collaborating together to you know, meet our customers' needs for all of those areas, working together to you know, provide innovative solutions and safely and you know, efficiently deliver high-quality products to meet those needs. So you know, we're spread across 32 different manufacturing sites across the United States. You can see some pictures of some of those sites, you know, from California all the way to Sabana Grande, Puerto Rico. We kind of span the map, and again, we have a location just right down the road in Brandon. Safety is a big thing for Henkel, so we believe, you know, one of our top priorities is providing a safe work environment for our employees. You know, it starts with the safety culture, making sure that everybody understands that safety is part of the work. It's not in addition to it, and you know, that's something that we put a lot of emphasis on. Striving for 0 lost time cases, 0 environmental releases, process safety incidents, something like that, things like that. You know, we have robust incident reporting, making sure that when things do happen, we take appropriate steps to investigate, come up with corrective actions to avoid recurrence of those things, and making sure that we're running our operation as safe as possible. And then we also have safety, health, and environmental auditing to ensure that, you know, we're building a solid foundation on which to build continuous improvement. Sustainability is another, you know, very important thing to Henkel, ensuring that we're having a positive impact on the world around us. You know, our purpose is being pioneers at heart for the good of generations, and that kind of really shapes our approach to our sustainability framework. You know, things like recyclable packaging, decreasing water usage in our operations, 0 waste to landfill initiatives, as well as you know, getting our facilities onto renewable electricity sources. Too far. Kind of getting a little bit more focused again on our Brandon, South Dakota site. Some really exciting things going on there right now. Henkel just invested $30 million in a facility expansion, literally doubling the size of that facility. So last month they had the groundbreaking of that project. So Henkel employees, local government officials, you know, had the big celebration. You can see the picture up there. You know, to bring state-of-the-art manufacturing capabilities to that facility. It produces what's called thermal insulating materials that go into high-performance electronics and vehicles, specifically electronic vehicles that, you know, everybody knows that's kind of on the horizon, and there's definitely going to be the need for those products that go into batteries and different type of components in electric vehicles. So I had a chance to spend the whole day with the team there yesterday. Amazing team there. Really good group of folks driving the operation down there in Brandon. As far as our workforce development and some of our upskilling initiatives, you know, one big thing that I think a lot of companies are going through right now, and we heard in some of the other sessions, is about moving towards digitalizing operations, right? So Henkel is in the process of implementing something called Smart Factory across our operations, essentially digitalizing a lot of what were previously manual administrative type tasks, so transactional things in our SAP systems, things that were previously done on paper, you know, handwritten, are now digitalized, automated, things like that. And along with that, you know, we're upskilling our teams by providing key user and end user training to use those systems and develop those digital skills. Another thing that we're doing at our locations, specifically with our manufacturing employees, are our skill development programs. So, you know, really kind of defining, you know, and it starts with onboarding, right? Having a really good onboarding experience. but then kind of defining, here's how to progress through your career with Henkel. So, here's the different skill levels that, also correlate to increases in pay, increases in responsibility, and kind of charting what a career path looks like. So, just because somebody may start in a facility in a packaging area, if they have the goal to move to a supervisor position, coordinator position, we can kind of clearly lay out, here's what that looks like, here's the skills you need to develop, here's how you get there. So another big thing that our facilities are working on. From a digital learning standpoint, the Henkel Learning Hub has access to over 8,000 resources. Hard skills, soft skills, if you want to learn about lean manufacturing, if you want to learn about resolving conflicts within your teams, anything in between. We have LinkedIn Learning, TED Talks, all sorts of digital learning kind of at our fingertips that you log in, search what you want to look for and learn about, and you can find those resources. The other thing that's really cool that Henkel just started here within the last year, Blue Ocean Brain, not sure if people are familiar with that, but every week, a couple times a week, I get an email from Blue Ocean Brain with diversity, equity, and inclusion learnings. Quick 5-minute learnings about different DEI topics, really cool thing that Henkel's done here within the last year. One thing that's very near and dear to me, our early career, recent college graduate rotational development program, which within Henkel is called the PRISM program, not prison. Some people hear prison when I say that, PRISM program. It's a 12-month program where we take recent college grads and they get exposure to different rotations, different departments, different trainings, different networking events across the course of 12 months to develop a wide variety of skills, knowledge base, and really set them up for getting their career off to a fast start within Henkel operations and supply chain. So our current class of 2023, we have 37 people in the class. It's our largest class within the program. 10 of those are within the operations and supply chain track. 2 of those 10 are actually right down the road in Brandon. So had a chance to kind of be hands-on with some of the projects and experiences that they're working through right now, and again, really exciting stuff going on down there. The other thing I wanted to touch on is kind of how Henkel's intern program helps feed into a program like this. So you can see we've got about 20% of those folks in the program are former interns that have come back and applied to this program. So you can see me up there with our 10 operations and supply chain PRISM associates that started this past July. Again, very exciting program to get fresh talent into the organization and develop within their first year. I'm not going to go through all of Henkel's great benefits, but suffice it to say, another way that Henkel adds value is, responding to kind of the ever-changing needs of our employees and their families, making sure that we have good, robust benefits to support those things, and, demonstrate Henkel's commitment to, making sure that, people are healthy, safe, and, living the kind of life that they want to live. And then kind of lastly, if you're interested in learning more about Henkel, feel free, stop me after the presentation, visit our corporate website. We're on the social media channels, and yeah, I appreciate your time today and happy to be here.
As a mom, thank you because of diapers. I appreciate that. All right, well, how many of you for Amazon, how many of you ordered an Amazon package within the last month? Within the last week? Last day? I appreciate you. All right, so as you know, I am here with Amazon, and I With Amazon, our big slogan is to have fun, work hard, and make history. And we pride ourselves on finding innovative ways to do things year over year. But at the end of it, for us, it truly comes down to our customer, which is all of you too, right? It's myself, it's all of us on here, and it's making the impact for our customer for whatever reason that they need those packages right away. During COVID-19, our warehouses were putting out packages hour after hour, day after day, as consumers ordered things to be delivered to their homes in products they needed. And our warehouse associates prided themselves on being able to give that to the customer and be there to support them. So I'm very excited to talk about Amazon, the innovative ways we've used technology, and the career growth that our associates have. So on here it says that Amazon strives to be the Earth's most customer-centric company, and I truly do believe that. Smiles are all over our warehouse, and they're on our packages as well. And our warehouses, it comes alive inside of those thanks to our associates. And that continues through the package process that we'll get to later. And those smiles continue, hopefully, to your front doors as you get those packages. Or if you're like mine, you hide them from your husband, because that gets intense. But we do a lot of job creation and investment. And part of the reason I'm here this week is for the investment in Sioux Falls. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. So I am here to help launch our newest facility, FSD1, and that is in Sioux Falls. So a lot of you may not realize in the Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wisconsin, we have approximately 28 warehouses. That's a lot of warehouses in an area that when I started with Amazon, I thought there were 3. And I mean, now look at it. But there are 28 warehouses in that area, and this is our newest location in Sioux Falls. For those of you who get your packages weekly, monthly, daily, right? Those don't come from the Sioux Falls area. Those actually get fulfilled in Minnesota, California, Texas, Wisconsin. But with the opening of that newest facility up the road, they'll get delivered that day, or they'll come from that facility. So that's really cool to think about. Every warehouse we open becomes the newest state-of-the-art warehouse. And while that facility is technically opened for a few positions, we fully launch it in January, and it'll become the newest state-of-the-art fulfillment center in North America, which is really cool. For Amazon, we've created more US jobs in the last decade than any other company, and a lot of that is just due to our warehouse size. With the warehouses, we find ways to improve the process. And for Amazon, it's from the package being picked all the way to the sortation centers where they're sorted out, to delivery, and to our customer's front door in 2 days or less. And so within that, we need more jobs and more warehouses. In the Twin Cities, we grew at a rapid pace. And what it looks like is you need those fulfillment centers with the products, but for us, we also need the associates behind it picking the items. And so for us, we couldn't just say, we want you to work in the warehouse, but we also want to develop you, because we need to find ways for you to grow within your career. And if that's with Amazon, we love it. But we also have a career choice program. And if it's outside Amazon, like a nursing position, we want to support you in your career journey. So I'll talk about that later. But to get those warehouse associates, that's a program that we offer. And that program will be offered at the FSD1 Sioux Falls location. So for investing in the US, you can see a lot of stats on that slide right there. But we really do. We have added more warehouses over the last few years than ever before, and that's helped grow our brand and really help grow what we do day in and day out. But we've also invested in technology. A lot of our facilities have robots, and that's just to make us a little bit more efficient with moving product around. And they're really cool to see, and they also know when to charge themselves, and they go in the middle of the facility to put themselves on a charging port when their battery's dying. So that's really cool. And they also know how to watch out for our associates, and they know where to go. Like, they are incredibly intelligent, and it's very interesting to watch it. But Amazon also works with our interns and our robotics team to find ways to utilize robots in other ways as well to improve the customer experience. And if it doesn't work, that's okay. We're okay with failure that way and finding a system that didn't work, but then going back and saying, why didn't it work and what can we do to improve? And that's one of the biggest things at Amazon as well. This kind of shows you what's neat is about our network system, but you can pretty much see what happens is the products come into our main fulfillment centers. From there, items are picked, or they're stowed, or they're put on to machines to be stored. But when you pick an item and you put it in a box, and you put the label on it, it gets then sent to our sortation centers. And at that point, our associates are sorting packages by zip codes, and then they're sending it to the next station, which is our delivery stations. And then that is where those packages go to be delivered to our customers. So for our model, we typically see the 2-day free Prime Day shipping. But what the neat thing is, with the fulfillment center in Sioux Falls, that 2-day shipping hopefully gets cut down to same-day delivery. And that's a really cool thing to see happen, and that's where that innovative technology, that now that center can actually act as a fulfillment and a sortation center. So it's doing it all in one time, and then it's gonna go right to the delivery station. And we have a delivery station in Sioux Falls, located about 10 minutes from this facility. So those packages will be able to get to that center and get out to delivery really fast. So it's a really cool feature as well from Amazon. All right, before working at Amazon, we have the associate experience. So we also offer a lot of cool programs. For our associates, we have a Associate to Tech program. It is a 90-day to 180-day fast track program into IT. So for our associates who get onboarded into the warehouse, if they have a passion to learn IT, they can get into that program and fast track into that department, which is really neat. We also have industry-leading pay. So in Sioux Falls, our starting wage right now is $16 an hour. With Amazon, we do offer shift differentials as well, but that's the entry-level position. So our wages go up, obviously, if you take a manager role, supervisor role, or a corporate role, virtual, doing customer service. We offer benefits on day one. So all associates get benefits on day one. Benefits do vary based on the position. So if you're a part-time flexible associate at our warehouse, that may look different than a full-time associate at the fulfillment center. But benefits for everyone start day one. We do offer vacation time or personal time, depending on the position, medical, dental. So we also have safety as a top priority at Amazon. We have a full safety staff at all of our facilities, ensuring the safety of all of our associates. We offer a career choice program. This is a wonderful program that is offered now with the Sioux Falls location being launched. That career choice program pays 100% tuition for all hourly associates in that warehouse at one of the colleges that we have identified. A lot of them are virtual colleges, but I'm actually gonna pick on the Fargo location, because I know that one off the top of my head. If anyone's familiar with NDSU, North Dakota State University, that is a career choice school. So associates who are working at our fulfillment center in North Dakota can get free tuition to NDSU for working at Amazon right now. That's a really cool program. I don't know all the Sioux Falls colleges, I do apologize, but I'm working to know them. But it's a really cool program that's being offered to our associates. And those benefits, those do start after 90 days of working with Amazon, but it's a great program to have. And they can just access it online and be able to enroll. And then through our online system, that's how it gets paid as well. That's a really cool perk and benefit for those associates. We also do internships within the facility. So if we have associates that want to learn about human resources, they can intern with human resources for a few months a year and gain knowledge and experience in those departments. And then when that department has an opening, they can interview it and apply for it and move into that department. In the Twin Cities, I have seen at least 20 associates move into human resources that I know around various departments, which is really cool in various buildings. And then we put a lot into STEM education. So we do a lot with schools just because we do want to develop as well. And we put a lot of time into like colleges and high schools as well because we want to develop the technology and get these great ideas. Our corporate team, we have a robotics team, and they are constantly looking for innovative ways to improve Amazon. So we do a lot of STEM programs. We do scholarships for students. A lot more of this is available online for that, but we put a lot of resources into it because we see how much this impacts our company and the potential that it's going to have. All right, that's all I have.
Okay, we do have some time for Q&A, and we've got a few prepared, but certainly if you have a question, I'll give an opportunity to ask that. I guess the first thing I wanted to maybe learn a little bit more about is when we talk about these investments, these resources, they come at a cost, right? There's also a hard dollar cost. Was wondering, if you could maybe just tell us a little bit more about your company's approach to the financial aspect of these investments and applying resources, and then also, what are maybe some lessons learned now that you have these fully implemented programs? What are some maybe pitfalls that you could help folks avoid who are just kind of dipping their toe into this journey?
I certainly don't have all the financials behind it, but I do know that retaining employees is a lot cheaper than having to hire new ones and retrain and kind of redo that whole process, right? So by investing in those programs, having the things like the PRISM program, where we can really kind of establish a good foundation for the career, get people off to the right start, you got a much better chance of retaining those employees and having them continue to grow and develop and move within the organization. The other thing too, I think the more you develop skills, the more I guess it kind of depends on the job, but the more efficient and the more productive and the more they can kind of return back to the company, right? So I guess that's kind of a general answer without a whole lot of data behind it, but that's my thought on it.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. There's a lot that goes into that. But I would also say, speaking from Amazon as well, one of the biggest things they do is put into your growth, because they want you to move up and kind of take on roles that you have a passion for. I think that's a big part of it. Sometimes when we take a position, we're interested in it, we want to learn more, but while we're doing that role, we might find our passion at that company. And so one of the things I appreciate are the companies that put in mentorship programs and other training and development programs as well for you to get that passion and get to that career growth. But for our career choice program, for example, that does cost a lot of money for Amazon to put into it. And what we've realized is, not everyone wants to stay at Amazon forever, and they may not find that passion, or they just kind of want, to get through college. And that's okay. We're happy to do that, but we're also happy to put that investment in them for a career they're interested in, or a growing career, as in like the medical field. Because we find a lot of value in that too, and we want people to find their career growth and put investment in them, because we also know it's a hard position, that what we have is you may not be able to do a warehouse position for years, but we appreciate the time you're putting in now, and we want to invest in your future as well.
Yeah, and I think some of the advice would be, Henkel is constantly looking at, what are the specific skills, capabilities, things that we need for the future, and making sure that our training offerings, the programs, are going to help deliver those things, right? So I think it's easy to say, hey, here's a bunch of training that people can go take, but if it's not truly going to deliver on the skills and the capabilities that you need, within your organization, then, you're wasting your time a little bit and some of your effort. So I think that's one big thing, is making sure that the training, the programs that are offered are kind of targeting those specific things that your organization needs. I think making sure employees know how to access those resources, and that they're promoted, they're publicized, because you can have all the greatest programs and training in the world, but if people don't know how to get to it, how to use it, then again, you're not gonna be delivering what you need.
I think, you know, a couple of things that you said that just resonated me and, you know, I guess sort of piggyback for me on what the lunch speaker talked about, you know, more specifically there was being frequent and transparent in our messaging, whatever it is. And as an HR person, I think about another word that was used quite a bit over lunch was the cultural, right? Like it sounds like each of your organizations have a specific, you know, philosophy around, you know, what does training and development look like? What's appropriate? You know, is it general in nature or more directly, you know, related to a job? And another word that both of you used in different contexts was the idea of onboarding. So maybe Heather, I'll start with you on this one. And it's the idea of folks are more likely to change jobs, change careers more frequently than they have in the past. Sometimes as we get into leadership and supervisor roles, we of course want someone who comes to the job trained and wants to stay there for a really long time, and that's not necessarily the way the world works. So my question, I guess, is in regard to onboarding and both how do you approach those supervisors who are maybe hesitant, knowing that you're welcoming people who are not intended to stay in that role long term, and then also just from a business standpoint, are there any levers that you're using to try to get people up to productivity faster so that they can, you know, contribute into those roles sooner? So maybe if you just want to tackle that question.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for me personally, as a manager on my team, it's definitely something that I think of when I onboard someone. I don't want to train and put time into someone for them to leave in 3 months. That was a lot of time already invested. And while we do have a fast track onboarding plan at Amazon, we have Embark plans, and we have on the job training plans, and kind of a fast track online learning approach to getting someone caught up to speed within about 4 to 6 months. With Amazon, we also know that there's a lot of room for growth. And for us, we have a very high culture of also understanding that, yes, you want to keep someone, and you know, hiring, let's be honest, hiring can be a pain in the butt at the end of the day, right? And we all know that. Interviews, you can have a lot of interviews. We know there's not a lot of jobs out there, a lot of job seekers looking for certain roles, and it's hard to lose your team. But one of the things we do pride ourselves on Amazon is understanding that we do want to hire and develop the best. And for us, one of the things as being a manager at Amazon, one of the things that I've had to learn, especially coming from hospitality, is that one of my biggest responsibilities too is developing my team and putting the time and resources into that for them to grow with Amazon as well. And so I've had 2 of my own team members leave to go to human resources, and I will say it was the saddest day for me to see them leave, but it was also one of the most rewarding to see them take their journey on to the next level with human resources. And because we're a portion of it, but for them to grow their career with Amazon. But for us, again, we do a fast track learning just to get them caught up. But our expectation at Amazon is you're typically in your role for about a year, year and a half before you're ready for that next step. And that's part of our hire and develop model.
And with regards to onboarding, Henkel has what's called the B part onboarding program, which is kind of focused on the first 6 months with the organization, and it's tracked via our digital system, so you can't really escape it. Everybody has to go through that onboarding program to ensure that people are acclimating to working for Henkel, learning what they need to learn, making connections, getting set up with mentors, things like that. Specifically for that PRISM rotational program, I think that's a good example of kind of what you were talking about, that we have supervisors at our sites that realize that the people that are working there in this program may only be there a short time, but they really see the importance in investing time and effort, training into those people, because we look to those people to be the future leaders of our company. The other thing too is, a lot of times people in that program find a really good fit at the location where they're at, and they end up moving into full-time positions there. There's, like I said, there's 32 locations across the country. There's always openings, and a lot of times things work out at those local sites. Positions open up, they've developed a good network, they understand the processes, and they enjoy the area and they want to stay there. So a lot of times it works out in that regard too. And I will just add that, you know, it's been very exciting to see people that have graduated from that program over the past 3, 4, 5 years that are now in leadership positions within the organization that have quickly moved up. And that's kind of the whole intent of a program like that, is to identify top talent, get them into the organization, really challenge them that first year, develop a really good foundation within the organization, and see them kind of quickly move and become a future leader.
Have you ever seen anyone in an interview process maybe that you passed on as a leader because they were a great subject matter expert, but maybe you didn't think were philosophically aligned with some of the things you just said, would not be as open and adaptable to people being fluid within the organization? See, I didn't prep them for that question. Y'all didn't ask a question, this is what they get. Some of you know me in this room and you know it's true. So.
I think my short answer is yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, for a program like that, I mean, we're looking for people that, you know, are curious, that want to jump in there, that are motivated, that want to take charge, that want to be curious about our operation and really kind of jump in and make an impact, and that, you know, have the ability to take other people with them. So I think the honest answer is yeah.
But it's hard to do. I mean, we're all looking for people. So to pass on someone who is checking all those other boxes, you know, you kind of have to know what's going to be a deal breaker for you or not as an organization.
Right. Yeah. I mean, people that have a willingness to come in and, you know, not be scared to fail early, right? It's always better to fail early than fail late. Jump right in, get involved with the teams, and have a willingness to, yeah, to learn and you know, help drive results as best they can, even though it's early in their career. But yeah, I mean, back to the original question. I mean, yeah, we want people that have that fire, that have that spirit, that want to come in and help drive change within the organization. You know, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't have the drive to go really do something with it.
It's not going to work for you. Yeah.
I definitely have to agree with that too. And it's, I think personally, one of the hardest things to do on an interview too, because we want to hire everyone that we can, but very similar to what you were saying, is that you have to have like that passion or the drive, even if you fit those boxes. And so while it's hard to do, but we have done the same thing, or I have personally.
Yeah. So, you know, the bulk of this conversation is once people are in the door, making sure we've got, you know, people, resources, systems, I think, in place. If an organization is maybe early in their journey and they don't have 32 locations in the US or 28 warehouses in the area, right? Any thoughts and ideas about how to start small? How, you know, some different things that you could do to begin this program, either with your existing workforce or, you know, even partnering. We've got some amazing students that are here today that are our future workforce. How do you make this scalable when you're not a global brand?
Yeah, I think one thing that I mentioned about our operator skill development program, I don't know that it really matters if you're a huge company or if you're a small company. I mean, you can do that, right? Kind of clearly lay out, you know, from the time you start with an organization, in a specific job, here are the different skills and competencies, the different levels, and here's how kind of career progression works. So I don't know that you have to have a large infrastructure, and you know, I don't know that you have to be super fancy about it either, right? Having that that employees can look at and understand, here's how to advance in my career, here's how to move to, you know, a future position that I want to be to. You know, I think that's one good way to start.
I also feel too, like investing in your employees as well, and even it's creating those meaningful connections through your one-on-one conversations, through conversations about career development and what it looks like goes a really far way. But also one of the biggest things that I've learned from past employers as well is really how we also treat our employees and work with them and really kind of create that connection with them. Because at the end of the day, I'm not sure about all of you, but I love being treated as a person versus like a larger number in a corporation. And while that's hard in a corporation like Amazon, it comes down to like my regional team that they make me feel that way, like I'm a part of more of a family or a connection. But also with Amazon too, and while we seem like a huge global company, and we are, I'm not sure if everyone knows this, our Prime Day sales, most of those sales come from third-party companies. So they're small business companies that use Amazon as a platform to sell their product, which is just really kind of unique. We really don't, I mean, we make like the Echo devices and stuff like that, but we don't make too many other things at Amazon. We sell a lot of other products, right? We use our platform to do that. But I always find fascinating year over year is when they release the Prime Day data or our big holiday push data, the sales don't come just from our products. They actually come from the other businesses too, which is really kind of heartwarming to see that they come from those small businesses, and they even have that as a category. And I think a few years ago it was like 3.2 billion came from small businesses for Amazon on Prime Day alone, which is really impressive for just a couple of days of sales. But with that and those companies, for them, it's also establishing that relationship with Amazon, but also like with their team and having that connection with their team to get those products out to everybody and get them shipped too.
Yeah, one other thing that comes to mind too is so our annual HR processes that we do, so we have two. One is around kind of setting for each employee their objectives, their targets for the year, and people think of that as kind of their performance evaluation at the end of the year, right? How did you do against the targets that we set out in front of you? But the other process that I think lines up with the question is around talent development. And hey, what is your potential? Where do you want to go with your career? What opportunities do we need to put in front of you to allow you to develop, to work towards those? So that's a process that all of our employees go through every year with their manager, and it's a two-way street, right? The manager devotes the time and the effort to make sure that they afford those opportunities to our employees, and the responsibilities with the employee to kind of help craft their career path. Do they want to relocate? Do they want to move into a different function? Do they want to work in a different business unit? If so, working together with the manager to kind of chart out what that looks like, what kinds of projects, what kinds of networking, what kinds of training do we need to put in place to help the employees get there? So yeah, Henkel is very much about kind of crafting your career, and you're in the driver's seat. They don't want you to come in and kind of end up in the same place where you started. It's all about growing and developing.
I have a follow-up there, but yeah, I was going to ask if there are any questions. Go ahead.
So it's great to have all those programs that you develop, but how do you, a lot of times the success depends on the individual manager and the relationship they have with their team. So what do you do to develop that individual manager to make sure that they're promoting the program that you're creating, and what do you do to measure what's success?
For us to develop our programs, we're actually required, Amazon, we use a lot of metrics to make sure we're communicating that information and tracking it. And we actually have a lot of metrics designed around engaging with employees. And what it looks like is it actually tracks what associates you talk to and engage with, and not just like, hey, but like an actual conversation. And you have to fill out additional information. Did you talk about career choice or other programs being offered? But that's the one thing we have to do at Amazon. And the reason is most of our warehouses aren't engaging with 10 or 15 people. We have 200 minimum at one of our small warehouses in Sioux Falls, and that big fulfillment center is going to have over 1,000. That's a lot of associates, and that's a lot of people to keep track of. And so each manager is tasked with engaging with so many different associates every day. And then that goes into a system, but it also lets them know who they haven't engaged with lately. And it could be that that associate was off. It could be they took some time off. Maybe they picked up hours on a different shift and you just didn't see them that week. But it lets them know that there's a missed opportunity here, that we didn't engage with that associate and talk to them. We're also required to go over certain talking points at all of our stand-up huddles. And that can go over the newest information or changes, but to communicate that information out. Because to your point too, what's a career choice program if we're not communicating it and informing others about it? And we want to, it's a perk and benefit. So that's one of the things that they are responsible for doing as well. And then on the hiring side of it, it's then my responsibility to communicate that to my partners and my new hires that we offer this program. And so they're already kind of educated about it too as they go to the sites and start and then continue to learn about it.
Yeah, specific to that process, Hinkle does a very good job of training people managers on those processes and understanding, step by step, how to execute those processes, what the intent is, what the deliverables are. And then through our system, it's all tracked, and Hinkle will chase you down if you're not on time, or they're going to remind you, hey, you got 2 days left to do this process. And the outputs that come out of each manager and their kind of direct reports roll up to our North American team, and there's a standardized process to kind of look at succession planning and talent development, and who's kind of on what trajectory and where do we have openings within the organization, and who's mobile and who wants to move. So all that information is kind of pulled together. So it's important that our managers are doing that, and again, Hinkle will chase you down if you don't do it the right way. So forced compliance, I guess, is what they call it.
Nudge. We call that nudges.
That's right. A gentle reminder.
We post all open positions for our warehouses, like manager positions, inside the warehouse. So we have a ton of monitors throughout the whole warehouse, just also having a lot of just good information for associates, but they will actually post openings on there as well. So as associates are walking by, they can see that information and be like, oh, I didn't know human resources or learning was hiring, or oh, we have a manager position open on our safety team. And then they can apply. We actually have computers and stations on site for them to apply as well. And then if they need any assistance, we have human resources and learning available to help them with that process. But that's what we found to be the easiest method. We also have an Amazon app, and on that app you can set alerts if there's anything you're interested in for positions to get sent to you as well.
Yeah, and specific to that rotational development program, there's a lot of time, effort, and dollars that go into a program like that, especially for 37 people, right? So our hope is, at the end of that program, people want to stay with Hinkle, right? So as they graduate the program, essentially they're free agents. We're not going to tell them, hey, here's the job you're going to take, here's where you're going. We want them to want to stay with Hinkle and choose their own career path. So, really happy with our last class. We were able to deploy 100% of people into the organization. They made the choice to stay with Hinkle and continue their career. So, making sure that we give them the right opportunities and the right connections that, if they tell us, hey, here's kind of what I think I want my next role to be within the company. Hey, let's make sure we get you in front of the hiring manager. Let's make sure, if you want to do a work with somebody that works in that area, that we give them every opportunity to kind of take that next step in their career. The other thing, Hinkle does a very good job around metrics and measuring, and as people in that program deliver projects, we're able to quantify those things and see the return on investment as well.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing we hear about a lot is the skills gap, and I think this is maybe more towards Hinkle with the technical work that you have as industrial engineers and such. How does automation and innovation within your company impact the skills that an incoming employee needs to have, and how do you address those types of things?
Is your question more around our production employees, or
I don't know how it all works. Do you have people that need an industrial engineering degree, or do you have people that don't need any sort of degree?
Yeah, so the folks that work in our manufacturing environments, typically, entry-level position or non-degreed positions, and when they come in, if you have the willingness to learn and have some mechanical aptitude, Hinkle's going to teach you everything you need to know. As far as our engineering positions, yeah, a lot of mechanical, chemical, industrial engineers come through that program, learn about Henkel's digitalization, agility initiatives. I mentioned the Smart Factory. One person that's in that program right now is actually leading the whole Smart Factory initiative for their plant. So.
That's definitely a hard one for us. Speaking to, for covering such a broad area, we are definitely feeling it sometimes in some areas for Amazon. So speaking for myself personally in the Twin Cities, we're in a little bit of a different situation, but in Fargo and Sioux Falls, you know, it is hard sometimes to capture those candidates, those job seekers, and let them know. So what Amazon's doing right now is we're kind of changing our strategy behind it a little bit. And instead of just, not only are we, you know, doing incentives for positions, right now I've got a sign-on bonus for $3,000 in the Sioux Falls and Fargo area, but we're also investing just the information on learning about Amazon. For example, today I'm at an event all day at the Holiday Inn downtown, and the event's main intention is designed to just inform people about working at Amazon. And while if anyone's there, they're like, you know, I kind of want to apply, wonderful, we'll help you fill out an application and we'll take care of you today to set you up for success on day one. But we have had several individuals that stopped by, learned about it, and also were like, you know, I appreciate the time, but I'm not interested right now in this position, and that's okay. But we're switching gears to also just inform people about our company, what we do, and what the roles look like. But that is something that we're starting to struggle with as well, and opening a big fulfillment center is something we're always keeping the pulse on in the area and what we can do to incentivize individuals to want to work at Amazon, but also finding things that they're like a shift or something that's beneficial to them. For example, what I mean by that is in the Twin Cities, our sortation centers are part-time, and they're designed to be part-time because we have a lot of moms who work at the sortation centers and they just want to pick up shifts while their kids are at school. They want to drop off their kid in the morning, work a few hours, and pick them up at the end of the day. And that shift is available at our sortation centers. And so for us, it's also being creative and finding what our candidates want and putting a shift structure around that. Some people like overnight positions because then they can help their family during the day, and so offering that as well. We offer a flex position, and that's intended for the candidates to truly pick and choose when they want to work, so they can be the owners of that schedule as well.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. Henkel's very big about promoting our total rewards benefits, right? It's not just about the base, here's how much you make a year or hour, but all the other good things about working for the company. So the paid time off, the holidays, the 401k matches, the employee share plans, you know, the medical, dental, vision, you know, from day one, you know, all those sort of things, you know, that are beyond just here's how much I make an hour, or here's how much I make a year. So really trying to promote that. And then also getting creative with our recruiting strategies, whether it be, you know, making connections with local high schools, local community colleges, places like that. You know, those are some of the things that we've done to yeah, try to bridge that gap. And yeah, because you're right on. I think everywhere right now is struggling with that. How do we get the talent? How do we develop it? And how do we retain it?
Well, I thank you to both of you who came here to Sioux Falls for the first time, I guess, or, you know, maybe not.
3 times.
Okay, newbies to the Sioux Falls, the South Dakota area. And, you know, today's event, I think, really is about presenting some best-in-class strategies, not so that all of the rest of us can find a cookie-cutter approach, but hopefully there were a few tactics or things that stuck with each of you today that you can find as a takeaway to, you know, advance a program in your organization or to start a program in an organization at a place that's comfortable for you and your leadership team. So that's really the goal that we had today. We hope that we've achieved it, and thank you all for joining us today.
Where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced health care. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good, Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's gonna stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
Where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's gonna stand in your way.
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors,
community protectors,
and clean energy leaders.
We are
job creators,
friends and neighbors,
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we
are so much more.
We are the energy
behind your everyday,
and we are
obsessively,
relentlessly
at your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
Where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
The Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's gonna stand in your way.
We are
We are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors.
Community protectors.
And clean energy leaders.
We are
Job creators.
Friends and neighbors.
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we.
We are so much more.
We are the energy
Behind your everyday.
And we are
Obsessively.
relentlessly.
At your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.
Where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced healthcare. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good, Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
I think we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to the last session for the day. It's been great so far, so we get to kind of wrap up the day here. So I'm Tammy Lose. I will be the moderator for this session. We'll talk about employee wellness and how that partners with economic output. So to kind of get started, here are some housekeeping tips. So remember to, we can bypass that and that. All right, I won't read through all of these. You can see them on the screen, but this presentation is being recorded and it will be available after the event on the website. Also, any of you that are SHRM certified, you will be able to access the recorded presentations and earn professional development credits for those. And then we will, just as the panelists go through their information, if you have any questions, please feel free to write those down and we will address those at the end of the session. We do have some time for Q&A. Also, any of you online, you definitely can do that as well. Just jot those questions down and we will get to those at the end. Okay, so why are we here? Why is this topic so important or relevant? If you think back, a lot of the focus has been on employees' physical well-being and how that impacts performance, productivity, all kinds of things within the workplace. But with the generations push, as well as what we've all experienced the last couple years with the pandemic, we also have, the economic impact, everything pretty much, a lot of the challenges, and as you can see, or call them opportunities as well. It's really the employees' total wellness has really come to the forefront. And so today we will hear from, get some advice and tips from some industry leaders about what they are doing within their workplace to really put the employee total well-being forefront. Our goals are based off of the SHRM, and for those of you that are SHRM certified, you probably know that in regards to the BASC. Basically, BASC stands for Body of Applied Skills and Knowledge, but 3 distinct areas that we will focus are our goals for this session, really focus on the employee themselves, but also engagement and retention. All right, to get us started, here's a couple of startling statistics. One is from the World Health Organization, talks about depression and anxiety among the employees cost the global economy $1 trillion due to loss of productivity. And with most of the sessions that we had today, and you'll hear it, it's constantly on the news, articles about, again, the total well-being and how, this has been tabooed in the past to talk about mental health, but how important that is in providing resources to employees for not just physical, but their whole total well-being. So these are our 3 panelists today, so I get the privilege of sharing the stage with them. I will actually introduce them before each of their presentations. So our first panelist is Tim Hertz. Tim is a trainer and consultant with Avera EAP. He is a certified employee assistance professional with 30+ years of experience in the EAP and mental health fields. His goal is to prepare employees and supervisors to act effectively and confidently when stakes are high. He has delivered hundreds of presentations to businesses to enhance productivity and safety. So Tim, you can take it away.
Thank you, Tammy. So Avera has been a leader in the field of behavioral health care for many years, quite a few decades now, and that extends from certainly to the public, to the patients and clients who come our way, but also to our employees. We've recognized that to be a pretty significant issue. Avera EAP began in 1994 to serve all Avera employees, but to also, we have many contracts with businesses and organizations in this region cover quite a wide footprint that way. The pandemic itself brought real significant challenges and stresses to healthcare facilities, without a doubt, and to each one of our lives in particular. We began to hear the early warning signs in the winter and early spring of 2020. And we heard things like healthcare facilities are going to be inundated with very, very sick and even terminal patients. And so the anxiety, the unsure nature of all of that really began to hit home in the healthcare field. We heard about bed shortages, that patients would need to be on gurneys in hallways, and there'd be other rooms and facilities that would have to be utilized. There would just not be enough room for all of these very, very sick patients we were anticipating. Even didn't know if there were going to be mass deaths with this pandemic. Where would all the bodies go, and how would we deal with that, and so on. So all of those things were pretty frightening. You heard those things on the news. We heard them in our internal meetings as well. Nobody's quite sure how that was all going to happen. We heard about staff shortages, that there were going to be not enough employees to go around, period, but employees themselves getting sick and their family members getting sick, which would pull parents out of the workplace, and all of that. And so there, just increased that angst about the whole thing. And one thing I heard repeated in conference calls and things a number of times is, what if we had to put you or your family member on a gurney somewhere, and we just could never get to that person? There just wasn't enough healthcare professionals to go around, and people being isolated that way and just not getting anything close to the needed care that that everybody would normally expect, and so on. And so the idea was, all hands on deck. We're going to have to tackle this thing and approach this thing in ways that we had never even considered before. Internally, leaders were beginning to say, how do we keep our employees motivated? How do we care for the behavioral health, the mental health of all these employees who are going to be very, very stressed? And so the planning began. And many of our departments at Avera, any PTO requests were just denied and shut down. Nobody could take PTO for quite some time that way, paid time off. Any elective procedures, lots of surgeries that people were thinking about having that normally could have been done were denied, because we needed everybody to deal with the illness related to the pandemic. And we were told that those of us who are not hospital-based, not patient care professionals, that we would be pressed into service to do cleaning and disinfecting and whatever else needed to be done. And there were these requests that went out. If anybody wants to volunteer, let us know. And lots of considerations about that and how we would do that. Everybody was gearing up to do everything we could to deal with this, what seemed like it was going to be an onslaught of patients, and was in some cases. But just even almost in the same breath of, we need volunteers, no paid time off, all of that, some departments, even in our EAP, we were told about furloughs, that employees would be furloughed away. I lost 1 day a week, as an example. I was furloughed 1 day a week. I had a couple of coworkers who were totally furloughed for a while. And so all of us were wondering, how are we going to deal with this, and what are we going to do here? And so I really appreciate our leaders. We had frequent updates. We were hearing from our top nursing and administrative leaders frequently about updates. The messaging about that was really good, and we appreciated that. But as the pandemic wore on, there was that concern, and everybody began to realize, our employees are certainly stressed at work with those challenges that they were dealing with, but then they left work and went home and had all of the stresses that the rest of the public had. How do we take care of our health and our family's health, that type of thing? How do we buy groceries? That was, all of that changed. Health concerns about elderly family members, things like that really became a problem. How do we homeschool our children? All of that. We became isolated from all those groups that we were familiar with. So our places of worship were shut down, and that was, those kinds of experiences were all handled differently. We were isolated from family. All of those things that tend to bring some sense of satisfaction, of joy, of fitting in our place, of connecting, all of that was really torn apart in those, at the height of the pandemic that way. About that time, after several months, our administrative leaders had put their heads together and did something phenomenal to us. An email came out about the increase in financial support for employees, and you can see some of the things there. It started with this acknowledgement of inflation and just all the stress on employees, but that there would be a $2 an hour pay increase for everybody, and then an increase in the floor of what you could call maybe the Avera minimum wage type of thing was significantly improved and raised that way. And I remember that email coming out and reading it. There had been a little bit of communication that, they're hoping to do something, no indication what it was, and then that email dropped in our mailboxes. And as I read through it, I could hardly believe what I was reading, all these positive changes, the significant impact to employees financially, and how that was going to be handled. One of those times in my life when it almost felt my breath was taken away. I remember that experience, and my coworkers all acknowledged it too. We began to talk amongst ourselves, is this really real? Because it was really a significant investment in the employee base. That in itself, in the midst of all the stress, the fear that people were dealing with, that was one of those things that had, met us, in our mental health and helped us to feel just a little bit more security at that time. It was a time when words were really followed by tangible actions, and we began to feel even more that our administrative leaders were really behind us and really with us. There was that sense of awe about really what they're doing, and so I really appreciate all of that. And so, EAPs, the selling point, the mission of an employee assistance program is that an employee who is stressed is less productive, less engaged, and so on. And so an EAP is part of a benefits package to help employees deal with those very stressors that can really detract from their productivity and their engagement with their work. And so our mission is to help employees address their personal needs, their personal stresses in whatever way that comes about, to help them with their engagement and productivity. And so Avera established a healthcare workers COVID-19 helpline. As an EAP, we began doing virtual and telephonic debriefing sessions, at the end of shifts with employees. We began to really try to find ways to be creative in the way we delivered stress management presentations, doing them when we could and how we could virtually, that was really unique. And so those virtual debriefings were something that was really attractive to people that way. We distributed tip sheets about handling stress and, just kind of acknowledging how all the changes the pandemic began to impact employers. Those went out to our own employees, but also to all of our outside EAP customers as well. Our phones were answered live 24 hours a day. We had EAP support that way for people, and it was utilized. And we just tried to find ways to increase virtual EAP services in any way that we could. Before the pandemic, we had the capacity to do virtual services, but it was hardly ever accepted. People wanted, in-person counseling and training and all those kinds of supports. Now, after the pandemic, we actually have people calling us and requesting virtual services. And so we still to this day, our counselors are sitting in front of their screens frequently through the day, having ongoing counseling sessions with their clients that show up. It was about 9 months or so into the pandemic, December of 2020, I was approached by a local SHRM group, Society for Human Resources Management, but not the local chapter. It was another community outside of Sioux Falls, and they wanted a presentation about kind of stress management for their own group, and to talk about just specifically that, because you folks as human resources, all of the changes, all of that, a lot of those stresses and things came through you. And so we hit on doing a poll for this presentation to allow those SHRM members to talk about how the pandemic impacted them, the changes and the stresses that they have. I try to make a long story short, but what became very clear is all of those stresses and changes, all the negative effects that we talk about when employees are stressed were acknowledged by these SHRM members as actually impacting them. They could see it, real dramatically. They talked about being less physically active, increased alcohol use among this group. They talked about more strained relationships, weight gain that had happened to them. They were experiencing more physical pain, and also even gastrointestinal problems. All of this increases during this pandemic, and so it became very dramatic for them, and so we could talk about how to address those things and how those stresses impact their own employees as well. And so that was a good experience that way. I'll hand it over to Jason.
Jason Herbold. Jason is currently serving as Chief Banking Officer for First Bank and Trust. Jason has more than 20 years of financial service experience, specializing in commercial, construction, trust services, and retail banking. Jason holds a bachelor's degree in business management and an MBA from the University of South Dakota, go Yotes, as well as a degree from the Graduate School of Banking in Boulder, Colorado. So to get us started, if you want to click on the next, we have another statistic here to share with you. So this statistic just shows how financial stress has affected employees in 2022. And you can see that, mental health is the leading category, but there's, other areas as well. So for Jason, to get us started, I have a question of how important do you think it is for employers to provide resources that help in financial health? And can you give us some ideas of what some of those resources would be?
Yeah, thank you, Tammy, and thank you all for your interest in this important topic. Just before I get started in answering your question, Tammy, I just have to disclose there are HR professionals from my own organization here right now, so I am going to be remarkably diplomatic and try not to step outside of any lines. So, thank you. When you think of the healthcare or wellness apparatus, it is certainly a complex thing, and financial wellness is a huge component of that. And as a bank and as a banker, we have a lens into good practices and bad practices on the part of what individuals, on how individuals handle their financial affairs and how businesses handle their financial affairs, and as businesses work with their employees on their financial affairs. And what I think has been quite clear, or made quite clear over the last few years, is that we've all been exposed to the difficulties that people have when it comes to being engaged. They have been employees and people in general have been dealing with a remarkable amount of challenges, as we just heard, and we now have a state of inflation that is at the highest levels in 40 years. And the vast majority of people have not had disposable income keep up with the cost of living. And that comes right after a 2-year period where they have been isolated in many cases and have been dealing with other wellness challenges that we, again, just heard about. So it all comes piling on. And as I was preparing for this discussion today, there were two things that became quite clear that I think we need to kind of weave into the things that organizations can do. And that is, one, don't assume, and the other is communicate. And I'll start with don't assume. Don't assume that your employees are all doing just fine financially, okay? Just don't assume that. And communicate, because they all have anxieties. They don't know, they aren't privy necessarily to where your respective organizations are going and where where the leaders are taking the organization. So just be clear and communicate. But one of the most important tools that organizations can do is know your employees. Just know them. Engage in one-on-ones. And what I mean by that is get to know them. There is no better way of knowing where your employees are in terms of wellness than meeting with them and getting to know them through one-on-one settings and just knowing them as real people. Engage with them early and engage with them right away. When they join your team, make sure that they have access to all the educational resources that your organization provides as it pertains to their benefit packages and other financial wellness tools. Leverage your own experts. I'm guessing that most of your organizations have 401k plans and you have 401k providers. Bring those experts in and allow for one-on-one conversations between the 401k provider and your employees. That is an opportunity for your employees to sit down with a competent person when it comes to finance and really walk through what their goals are. They can explain to the person, what their financial goals are for the long term and really have a good, healthy conversation about how to reach financial goals. So leverage your experts. The other thing I would say is work to ensure a less stressful environment. Employees are under a lot of pressure, just like all organizations are. If you think about it, their change is happening faster and faster all the time, and organizations have to keep up with those changes. There's just no running away from that. But when you're engaging with your employees and you're putting that extra pressure on them, just be very cognizant of the stress situation that's going on within your organization. And what does that have to do with financial wellness? Well, when there's only so much capacity every one of us has in terms of dealing with stress, and just know that if you're putting on that extra pressure in the office, it's likely being compounded upon other stressors that are out there, and I just don't think we should lose sight of that. One-on-one assistance. If you sense that one of your employees or multiple employees or any of your employees are dealing with financial wellness challenges, really maybe refer them to an EAP program. They wouldn't necessarily provide financial advice, but they would be somebody, they would be experts to really just bounce ideas off of. Or partner with a financial institution that, your bank that you work with as organizations, partner with that particular bank. And so their bankers at that respective bank can meet with your employees and just talk through some of the financial goals or challenges that those employees have. And they can walk them through solutions if they are having some challenges. I would also, 401k matches. I'm sure every organization probably has a different methodology to that, but just be very mindful of that those matches matter, and it really does encourage employees to engage with in contributing to their own future through a 401k plan if there is a match with their employer. I serve, now my organization at First Bank and Trust, we have a remarkable 401k matching program, but I've had the opportunity of sitting on multiple nonprofit boards over the years, some of whom had not had 401k plans, later had 401k plans, and it did two things. One, it improved engagement with the staff, turnover reduced, three things. And the third thing is that it really surprised them how many of their employees started contributing to their future through their 401k plans when the match was in place, relative to when matches were not in place. So if you work for organizations that maybe don't have a match or don't have a 401k plan, I would find a way to get a 401k plan and find a way of budgeting for a match. It will help with engagement. It will help with helping to not completely alleviate some of those financial concerns on the part of some of your employees, but it will help. So it all really just kind of comes down to communicate and don't assume. Don't assume that your employees are all doing just fine financially. Keep in mind that we are in an inflationary environment and probably will be for a while. And I think it's just good to be close to your employees, know where they're standing, have good relationships with them, so if there are pain points, you have the knowledge and the ability to point them in the right direction and give them the help that they need.
All right, our final panelist is Nathan Hay. Nathan attended college at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, and majored in agriculture and food business management, and earned a Master of Divinity from Fuller Theological Seminary in Pasadena, California. Nathan started his career with Cargill, serving in several roles around the globe. For the past 8 years, Nathan has been with Poet, currently serving as their Vice President of People and Culture.
Thank you, Tammy. Thanks for being here this afternoon. For those of you who don't know what Poet is, we are the world's largest biofuels production company. We also produce corn oil to renewable diesel. We also are biogenic CO2 for carbon sequestration and food-grade CO2, along with getting into biomass to combine heat and power. So a number of things exciting things that we're doing at Poet. The first thing I would say about wellness and the offering that we have at Poet and what makes it successful is that it hangs from our mission. And our mission at Poet is to be good stewards of the earth by converting renewable resources to energy and other valuable goods as effectively as humanly possible. And that effectively as humanly possible is by helping our people become their very best and helping them to perform at their optimal level. It also derives from our value statements. At Poet, we believe in the power of human connections and putting our families first. We believe in work-life balance and the importance of our spiritual, emotional, and physical well-being. We believe in serving the needs of others and leaving the world better than we found it. And these values are something that we live out every day at Poet. They're not just words on a page, but our leaders embody these things, and this is how we operate as a company every day. So first and foremost, wellness it's just part of our culture and our value statements, and it's supported by our senior leaders. Jeff Broyne and Jeff Lout, they believe in this wholly, they support it, they sponsor it completely. It starts at the very top, and that trickles down through all of our leaders at Poet, and it's disseminated through our values and our mission. We've been on this journey for a few decades now, so as I go into this offering of what we have at Poet for wellness, don't be overwhelmed. It's taken us decades to build this, but there may be components in here that you think could be something that you could incorporate into your own wellness offerings. Our wellness team reports to me as part of our people and culture group, and that was a change that we made recently. And I think it was a very effective change of having that part of our human resources team, just to connect those resources better. Our wellness team felt part of a larger group, and I think that we were better able to connect people with our wellness resources when they had that, that connection to their people and culture partners, or what most of you would refer to as HR generalists in your organization. So here's just not an all exhaustive list of some of the things that we offer at Poet, but we do have a fitness reimbursement match on top of having a world-class gym facility at our office, and almost all of our biorefineries around the country have a fitness facility there. We offer personal training. We contract with several providers around the Sioux Falls area to come in and provide classes for our team members that they can sign up and attend during the work hours so that they can fit their schedule better. We have nutritional counseling. We offer Beamer therapy, which I had to learn what that was, but it's like exercises your capillaries. So we have three of those machines in our Sioux Falls office that you can go and use. It's 10 minutes. Tom Brady uses it, so I became a believer after that. But athletes do use it frequently for injury recovery. It provides a more rapid recovery for them. We have bioscan therapy, which is really a stress reduction therapy. It takes a look at the frequencies within our body and optimizes those. We offer antioxidant scans and BIA scans as well, which is like a body composition scan. So this is not exhaustive, but I just wanted to provide you with some context of the numbers and varieties of things that we offer our team members right on site. And this is also open to family members of team members. I put my family through a number of these. Poet provides these things free of charge. And so it's really easy to do this during the workday, and it doesn't cost our team members anything. In addition, we have annual health checks where we'll bring people in for team members can have a health check there right on site. We do that at all our biorefineries and all our sites around the US. And there's always frequent wellness challenges. One thing with Poet is we are competitive. And so a good healthy challenge, we'll do those several times during the year, whether that's healthy eating, exercise challenges, etc. Just to give a little visual, here's a couple pictures of our facility, our office here in Sioux Falls. On the left is what we call the market, where we provide healthy eating options for our team members. You can go there and purchase any of these things throughout the day here at the market. At our biorefineries around the US, we make sure we have healthy vending options and provide, there's a number of sites that provide fruit baskets or fruit bowls or other healthy eating options, but we want to make sure that we're always promoting and providing those options for our team members. And then on the right is our gym there facility at our Sioux Falls office. These gyms that we provide at the biorefineries, we usually have just kind of a core offering of 4 or 5 machines, but the fact that we have them at all, like 30 some sites, is pretty impressive, I think. At Poet, we are unashamedly Christ-centered, and spiritual well-being is part of overall team member well-being. And so we have a life enrichment advisor that takes care of this space, and we have a Poet prayer team that meets once a week at noon. This is team member led, and it's done on a Zoom meeting, so we have people from all across our different Poet locations that engage in that prayer team. We have bereavement services where Melissa Fletcher, our life enrichment advisor, will reach out to the family members, or sometimes if it's at a site where we've experienced loss, she'll reach out to the team members on site to provide bereavement services for them at the time of it, and then we do follow-ups a year after just to check in on the family members. Extensive mental health resources, and then Melissa meets in what we call the Serenity space in the downstairs of our Poet office there for any pastoral care or counseling that team members have, but she has anywhere from 12 to 25 people at a time that she's working with, so we do have people that take advantage of those services. And Melissa's a team of one, so we always try to connect people with community resources that are out there, and so she works as a good liaison to connect people with the resources that they need. And then we've started to use what we call our faith and community ambassadors at the sites that kind of replicate Melissa here in Sioux Falls to connect team members with local resources in the communities that they live and operate in. Well, we don't do this for nothing. We invest extensively in our people, and the topic of this session is and economic output. So what's the output, or what are the results? I admit this is anecdotal and inferred a lot of this, but we don't have great metrics for wellness, and that's one of the things that we're going to be working on this year is to try to better define that. But what I can say is that we recently took an engagement survey. We called it the Pulse survey, which had an 81% engagement score, which for those of you who track engagement scores is phenomenally high. Some of the things that came out that scored very high were I take pride in working at Poet. I find my work challenging and interesting. The leaders of this organization are committed to making it a great place to work. Those statements are coming from people that have a full tank of gas. I mean, they're very energized, they're full, their well-being is well-balanced. I didn't put the number because it's always comparing apples to oranges, so I just say we have low turnover at our Sioux Falls office. We benchmark that versus similar industries, similar company sizes and the geographies, and I can say that it's been relatively low compared to our benchmarks for several years. We find that when we interview team members and candidates, our wellness offering, it frequently comes up as a point of attraction for why they decided to apply at Poet. So we know it is something that applicants are seeking out and pursuing. And we're a growth company, continuously sustainable growth at Poet, but last year we grew by 1/3 to become the largest biofuels processor in the world. We just had our 35-year anniversary celebration this week earlier, and our CEO was talking about how we made this look effortless. Like we grew by 40%, and it looked effortless. And you don't do that without team members that have capacity and resiliency and the ability to take on an acquisition to grow by 40% unless you have really good overall well-being. So I know that's kind of inferred, but that tells me that our wellness programs are providing our team members and creating results for our business. So.
All right, great information. Any questions out there for any of our three panelists?
How do you reduce the friction for some of these programs so they're available, but how do we lead them to water where we can't make them drink, right? What are the things that we can do to kind of make that easier on them?
So I'm going to speak for myself in this as well, persistence. So when I joined Poet 8 years ago, I was a denier of some of this stuff, like it's not for me or for somebody else, or I'm healthy, but there was this persistence in the messaging that when Jeff and our organization would continuously talk about it, there was just, it kind of over time gravitated towards this, and the repetitive of the messaging and the persistence in our leaders in promoting this and seeing others around me engage in this, seeing my leaders lead by example and modeling the behaviors that they expected from us in this well-being space, I think eventually it made a convert of me, and I think many others in our organization. So I think that's one way.
I'd like to address that as well. In the EAP world, we deal with that question all the time. How do we get employees to utilize the EAP when they need it? They know we have it. We talk about it at least once a year. It's always a part of our benefits package, all of that. And there are some things that certain companies seem to all have in common when their utilization is high. Oftentimes it's a leader, it could be the CEO, that kind of C-level person, it might be a human resources director, it might be a department director who in a moment of transparency to employees says, there was a time in my life when I needed that kind of help. And I sought it out. It was good for me, it was good for my family, and so on. And just that urging, we all have stressors, we all have these things that can happen. And so, in that way they model that kind of engagement and honesty about seeking help. Another way that's really important is, as supervisors are around their employees, they see employees day by day, they understand their sort of steady state. How are they normally when they're at work, their disposition, their engagement with people, their demeanor, right? And when that changes, that's the signal that that person is stressed. They become more sullen, perhaps they withdraw from people, they're maybe edgier, angrier. Sometimes they talk about their personal issues, and then that supervisor says, let's connect you with the EAP or whatever other resources are out there. And they start, we call it a supervisor referral. They really try to help that struggling employee get connected up directly. Many times we have gotten phone calls from a supervisor who says, I'm sitting here with my employee, they're stressed, and they mention it briefly what the issue is. They say, I'm going to hand them the phone, I'll walk out of the room, and whatever happens between you and our employee from here on out, that's all confidential. And so that's an effective way for employees to really begin getting connected up that way.
Great
Full
question.
disclosure, I work with Erica, if I might. So I'm going to cover three things. I think there's three quick things that leaders can do. One, and I think it speaks to your point, be vulnerable. Allow yourself to be vulnerable. If you're vulnerable, people will allow themselves the freedom to ask for help. And then the second thing is just get to know your employees. And the best and most effective way of doing that is frequent one-on-ones. Encourage your managers to have those one-on-ones. At First Bank and Trust, we are pushing on that and pushing on that and pushing on that. And do we have it perfect? Absolutely not, but we are pushing on it. But it's so important. If you get to know your employees, you will get to know the whole person. And that will give you the opportunity to know when help is needed and essentially allow them the freedom to ask for help if they need it. And then the third thing is cascade that message of wellness all the way through the organization. So not just the C-suite, but all the managers at all levels are walking the walk.
That was a great question. All right, anybody else? All right. Well, again, thank you, Tim, Nathan, and Jason, sorry. If that's no other questions, again, thank you. I think they deserve a round of applause. Great information that they provided.
Where life moves quickly and education comes in many forms, we believe there is still value in personal relationships, affordable, quality academics, and a supportive, Christ-centered environment. As the University of Sioux Falls looks to the future, we embrace what makes us different. If you're looking for a transformational experience, there is a difference. And that difference is here.
Across the rural parts of our country, millions live hours away from advanced health care. But at Sanford Health, we believe world-class care belongs to every patient, everywhere, because our patients are our friends, family, and neighbors. We're bringing quality care close to home, quality of life through better health. Not just for the future of our health, but for the health of our future. Here for all, here for good. Sanford Health.
Here's to welcoming moments, big and small. At Avera, our nationally recognized health system will be right here with you, with care and coverage. Partner with Avera for more hellos, more hugs, more memories. We'll move you forward through sickness and health, and every milestone in between. Hello possibility, hello healthy, hello life. Avera, moving health forward.
Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce didn't start our thriving business community. That was done by individuals driven to create their dreams. In basements, boutiques, boardrooms, and the back 40. We're in the business of connecting the creators through advocacy, leadership development, inclusion, and promotion. We're standing at your side when nothing's going to stand in your way.
We
are so much more
than an energy company.
We are connectors.
Community protectors.
And clean energy leaders.
We are
Job creators.
Friends and neighbors.
stewards of your dollars and savings.
Yes, we.
We are so much more.
We are the energy
Behind your everyday.
And we are
Obsessively.
relentlessly.
At your service.
Sioux Falls is home to many things: locally owned businesses, an unmatched work ethic, and a community of leaders dedicated to growth and innovation. Powered by over 300 investors, Forward Sioux Falls is an advancement program aimed at enhancing the Sioux Falls economy. 2026 initiatives are well underway, focusing on talent retention, business attraction, and quality of place enhancement. Look to the future with Forward Sioux Falls.